Alrighty, we're back. Almost 9 o'clock on the dot. Got some food in me. Have my coffee in hand. And it's time to crunch some more polish. Okay. So the group net relevancy thing. Let me try this real quick. So we're going to get 2 people in. Yep. On the window, let's start with when they get destroyed. I think it's... So we have the team and team object. And so we will do maybe a tiny check every like 30 seconds or something. Is there an update? So I'm going to do a quick thing of just validating the problem. So timer by event, we'll say every, I don't know, 3 seconds, loop, custom event, team member is valid. I guess we'll just print it, is valid. Print string. Alright, so invite this person to the group. And actually, I need to do this first to make my life a lot easier. Player, character, master. And now we're going to go to network or replication. And we're going to turn this all the way down by like, we're going to divide by 20. And that will make it very small. So they should. All right. So go here. All right, so I should disappear pretty quick. There we go. So I disappeared there. And this is going to replicate the problem. I come back in. And now it's all jacked up here. It's fine on this one randomly, but it's jacked here. And so when we So first up, let's do this. If they are does this do anything if I enabled? Probably not. We're just going to put an image over to test for a second. Put this to like, 10,000. Doesn't have to be pretty at the moment. And then visibility will be hidden. So if the team's valid, we do nothing. Or I guess we'll just for sakes, do that. Okay, so obviously the opposites. This is 938, and this is 882. So as soon as they go out and come back, or as soon as they go out, they're no longer valid, and so you can't find them. So that's where we'd want to like gray them out. Now I came back, and it worked here, it seems, on this one. This is 882. Okay. So why didn't it update for the non-leader? And now they're both cropped out. And now it's cropped out here too. So the first things first is we probably have an add team function of some sort here. Team add. So when we're adding to a team, we're basically recreating the whole thing. So that's fine. So let's just test. Actually, this doesn't really matter. So what we basically need is an update widget object. So this one's typically the team member is there. And team object name. I'm going to redo this to player name, just for my own mindset. Okay. So the first things we have to do is not do an actor-based check. So actually, this is not the issue. I'm trying to figure out what's the trigger point to this. Because basically, let's see if my hunch is correct here. So we're going to mess it up with 2 people in the group. And then adding a new person might fix it. So I invite here, accept over here. Go to range. And that messes up. Wait for this one to mess up. It could be weird garbage collection stuff happening, and that's why sometimes it comes back. Okay, and then let's try it again. So now it's all jacked. And now we take the third person, team invite, and now everyone got recreated, but some didn't over here. So that's one thing to fix. Okay, so we're moving from parent, but we didn't clear keys. So clear is probably the fix for that. Yeah, that's probably the fix for that. Invite. Okay. As you can see, it's already messed up a bunch. And then we invite this person. It is still messed up. Yeah, I don't know why I'm doing this. I could just do this. Clear children. Clear the array. Let's see if that's better. I think it has something to do with garbage collection. If garbage hasn't collected, it'll come back fine. If it has collected, potentially, the spare actor gets destroyed. Wait a second here. Of course, it's like randomly working at the moment. Or did I just fix it? Is that the fix I needed to do? Did I literally just fix it with the proper clear on the children? It literally feels like I might have fixed it. This is 101. Okay. All right. Everyone is gone. I'm going to take one quick AFK. I'll be Alright, I'm going to wait a whole extra 30 seconds to make sure that garbage collection has happened. Even though it's so default garbage collection on Unreal is a minute. So it's clearly been a minute already, but just making sure. Okay. Now we go back in. Okay, so these guys popped up. 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. This is 91. 91. Okay, I randomly just fixed it with that. Holy crap. I thought this was going to be a lot more complicated. But from what I can tell, we're good. 101. 101. Okay, easiest bug fix of my life. Yeah, that's crazy. So now, I need some sort of gray out on the party window, I guess. Set team member. So let's go to, this is the team member object. So widget resources is the next thing we can do. So we're going to do a interface, a new interface. This one's going to be resource out of, we'll just call, I'm literally going to call it net relevance, no, relevancy out of range. And we'll just do this. Now on the resources, so the setup does what? The setup is fine, but then we have the template, right? Do I just do some fake bars to not mess with these bars? Like I could just do a canvas panel. I could do just duplicate this whole thing out of range. And then we don't even need health current, health divider, health max. And then primary. I literally just need this, I guess, or these two. Copy, paste. I don't know why I didn't do this, but okay. What? Why is this not showing? Okay, weird. Alright, now we're back over here, and we're going to take off this image. Go back here. We're going to get the widget resource and do out of range. I could flip this and then just put it there. Net relevancy, out of range. Okay, yeah, we're just going to do, to simplify this. Wait, actually, yeah, is valid. Yeah, we'll just change it to okay. So if it's valid, we hide this smoke screen. If it's not valid, we show it. Go over here, wherever it is. Retouch that. It's a little bit cleaner. And I guess we give it a try now. I keep forgetting to do my, I really need to start doing this. Check out our systems and class views here. Please sub. I am back, yep. Yeah, I said I'd be like 2-ish hours, and I got out around 9 o'clock. Sure enough, got here like 4 or 6 minutes early. Had got food, got coffee, had one game of League of Legends, and now I'm here. Okay. I missed that part. I'm crunching away my graph. Nice. So I had the easiest bug fix of my life for my party window for the net relevancy stuff. So the bug was when you would disappear from net relevancy, the group would get messed up. So now I have like a proper, oh, they're faded out, they're too far away kind of system. And before, like, you would walk back in range and it would start like adding different, you know, party window things. But now they're all working. It's updating. And so, and then let's do this person's not in the group, invite, everything gets remade, and we'll split up 3 ways to turn everyone's stuff off. Tony Wolf on me. Okay. So everyone has the missing people on their screen. Come back. Everyone starts to get refreshed here. And everyone's targeting's working. It looks like everyone's mana's working properly. Yay! All right, we're good. Let's set this back to times 20. Back to what it was. That was kind of crazy how easy that was to fix. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to clean up. No print strings or anything is needed. I shared my graph progress in the promote your work on Discord. Hi, if you want to see it, I was talking about. Cool. Yeah, I'll check it out some other time. But yeah, absolutely. I'll always post in the promote your stuff sections. Whoa, my camera speed is to the roof. Why is that so big? I am so stoked that was fixed so easily. Party members will now go gray when they are out of range. Health resource bars will now go gray. Sweet deal. Alright, so which ones? So a couple of these are pretty easy. Easy. Is there an easy option for Unreal Engine play audio in background? Engine Preferences. That's editor only. So this has been moved to the engine.ini file as a 4.6. That's way old. Hmm. So one of the things I had when I was when I was doing spectating, sometimes I'm in my spectate mode, right? And I'm just chatting with my players and stuff. And sometimes if I'm alt tabbing, if I'm looking stuff up, if I'm going in the browser and stuff, or maybe I'm just chilling AFK, but letting the spectate mode going, and I'm just like doing stuff on my second monitor. If the game's in the background, the audio will get cut off. And so I'm trying to have it so the audio won't get cut off when that happens. And it seems like there is um, a way to do it. Let's see if I can get it in saved variables. If I go to config, Unreal Engine saved config. Variables, or what is it called? I never remember the name of this thing. Well, like there's a setting apparently that's just for the editor. If we do this and then it's like background or whatever, right? That this one here is, or was it project settings? I just saw it. I don't know. Less CPU. Allow background audio. But this one is only for the editor. You said general performance? Yeah, but I'm trying to find a way to do that exact code for clients. Like, is it just, I'm trying to figure out, is it a like in the options menu, can I just set that, you know, make a checkbox type thing? And if I do it in the engine and I in the I, is it going to apply it in a build? The base engine. It's base engine.ini, right? Let's try it, I guess. Audio unfocused multiplier. I'll do a build right now and try it. Save all. Just engine.ini. In my game project, right? Default engine.ini, I think should be right. Let's try a quick build. I think I just need to do my just my client should show it. Yeah, default engine, yeah. Let's do client build. I think I just set if I set I mean, I think every map has the sky level, so whatever. Yeah, I know it's not something you'll edit often, for sure. Um, yeah, whatever. It should be the fastest check ever. It is weird though that they don't have a built-in node for that. There's like a cheap $6 one you can get, but I don't want to pay $6 for a command line. Like, come on. There's certain things like that in Unreal that are just it's mind-boggling that they're kind of like set up as default. Like one of the things I had to do on C++, like the only C++ modification I have so far is when a player disconnects for whatever reason, by default Unreal will destroy the character. And obviously in an MMO setting, you don't want that. You want the person to disconnect and anything you want to save into the cloud safely, um, you want to make sure that gets saved out, and then you control when the character is destroyed. And so I have one C++ class that overwrites that functionality, and all it does is disable the destroy character. Yeah, it's like the easiest thing in the world. I can literally show it to you. I mean, you can Google it. It's out there in Google. Um, but it's like this. It's literally just this. There's the CPP .h. So upon leaving game, it's like literally the simplest thing ever. And so this is the part of the original destroying effect, as the comment says. Whatever. I tried to prevent it in Blueprint, and I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it to work. I tried various things. So right now, so here I'm clicking here, and you can actually hear the the music of the game. So it's working. Now the one thing I will have to try is shipping. Occasionally shipping builds don't work the same. But see, now it's technically in the background, and you can't hear it, but let me turn it on. That? Yeah. So now you can probably hear the, it's in the background. I'm touching other screens and stuff, and you can still hear it. So, and this is a packaged build. Yeah. I would show you my desk screen. Show you my desk screen while clicked out here. Boom. All right. Yeah. Another dramatic pair death. Yeah. All right. I don't think I'll see if. Let me just quickly switch this to shipping. Let's see if it's a fast build. I think I may have built this already. I don't know if it has to redo it though. I just want to double check. Things get weird in shipping builds sometimes that don't translate over. How much do I have to rebuild though, is the question. These are all just dumb F-text errors. So Vertical Third was in development since Unreal 4, like 420 type thing, maybe even before that. And I use obviously text fields in a lot of my stuff for the obvious player-facing stuff, so it can be localized. I even have a little localized string table. But for a reason, Unreal 5, every empty f-text field throws out this this warning. Can be completely ignored. But I hate when I have all these stupid warnings. All right, package build. Yep, it's working. Am I clicking over here? I'll put my... You can hear it. All right. Fair enough. I'll put this back to development. So I have to do local testing before anything. So, back to my okay, testing level. Slapping a deer. Yep, that's how it is. Okay. Update my patch notes. Do I have a MISC section? Ruins of Tearyn audio now plays while the game is... Easy peasy. Okay, so that one's pretty easy. And go to spectator stuff. And then spectator. It's our files, character spectator. Input action. Okay. Yeah. So I don't have to worry about being too like optimized because it's pretty much only me doing it. I guess it is the same HUD. Let me try this. Controller. Get HUD. Do I have a map? HUD. Let's see if that just works. I'm going to go to the controller. Turn on spectate. Where did I put this thing? Okay, we're just going to do this. The single line of code has broken me for 1 hour. Alright, why did this do that? That's not what I wanted. Set spectate. We're going to set it to true. Okay. Okay, it doesn't work. Map. And I think I have a spectate mode, right? So if it's false, we do this. It's true. World map. Map. Did I not name it? Oh. Variable. Okay, that should work now. I do like Blueprint, but C++ is satisfying in its own right sometimes, yeah. I mean, everyone's going to enjoy what they've kind of like mastered, right? Okay, so that's that up. what's the code I have for? Is it scroll? Before As You Go is mostly blueprints because of my time and things like C# and Unity, yeah. And like one of my principles too is just like I'm trying to do not over-engineer things, right? Because I'm trying to make sure I remain focused on building a game. And so I like how I explain Blueprint to a lot of people is stop thinking of Blueprint as a scripting language, right? That's subpar coding language, and start thinking of it as another coding paradigm. As we all know, coding paradigms usually are trying to handcuff you to prevent you from doing over-engineering, doing bad things in code. It tries to make you do a better clean code environment, those type of things. And so that's how I try and reframe blueprints, and why I kind of like I'm sticking to them, because it does handcuff you in your access of what you can potentially do, but sometimes that's a good thing. And we all know engineers can go overboard with stuff. And so I try to keep that mentality and that mindset to not over-engineer things and whatnot. And that's one of the reasons why I like blueprints. So I always swear a scroll is here, but event graph. Is it wheel? Excuse me. Zoom? Oh, it's zoom, maybe. I guess it's on the character. Player, master. Okay, so get HUD. Okay, so we don't have to do much of anything. So why isn't why is it doing that? World map. Hmm. Where did I put the zoom code? Is it somehow on the root widget? Or is it HUD? Zoom? Hmm. So maybe it is on the route. There it is. Widget, spectator route. Create scale. Yay. Alright, now the other thing I want to do on the world map is just add like one. I did want to make this a little bit smaller. Maybe like 600 by 600.
Is this yours? Did you ask for
Yeah, I needed to get a new card.
Are these like health cards?
I'll look at them a little later, yeah. I don't know what these are. Maybe it's an updated insurance card.
I'm asking.
Oh. Snap, this might be... Oh!
Yes!
Snap!
These are all my checks.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
Sweet!
That came at a good time.
Yeah, it did.
3 of them.
Thank you.
Um,
How much they are? Okay,
that's not... it was just a receipt, right?
yeah,
It wasn't
just
a...
a pay
Okay.
stub. I don't think it was a check or anything.
Like, did they double something?
I doubt it.
Yeah, it's just a stub, yeah.
Phone here.
If only, yeah.
Don't tell the government.
Yeah. Nothing happened.
That was pretty good. Well, this is
So why is...
It is hot in here.
Yeah, you can turn the air on. Alright, maybe we just put this back to what it was. Because I don't want to deal with moving a bunch of things around. I thought they would auto shuffle, but they are not. I'll crack my window. It's weird. It feels like it gets hot, the hottest in here at nighttime randomly. Look, it's been fine all day. Okay, I need a tiny little drop-down menu here. Combo box. String is fine. I forget what I do here. Let me go to the crafting window. There's like, I'm just gonna copy this one. There's like a bunch of weird settings. And this actually has to be up here, not on the widget switcher. And that's going to be Emerald Rivers. Just clear everything. 1, 2, 3. Crystal Cove, I think it is. Right? Enclave. And the dungeon. Default, yeah, selected options, 0. And so whatever, we go up here. This is set default, or set selected option to dungeon. Then 0 is what? 0 is probably Emerald Rivers. Emerald Rivers. This is Crystal Enclave. Oh, OML, I have been staring at another problem for 30 minutes to realize I completely already made the solution for it. Yeah, I know. We've all been there, right? I tell a lot of like new programmers about the rubber ducky, the rubber duck kind of syndrome, or whatever, not syndrome, but method. And whatever that famous programmer was, I don't remember who it was, but he'd have a rubber duck where you ever get stuck, he would start talking to the rubber duck. And it would help him walk through his problems and stuff. All right, now we go on selection changed. It's a pretty smart duck, yep. And just the process of saying it out loud, you know, would help walk through and like all the people all the time, like if you're like asking for help somewhere, I like type it all out in Discord where you're ready to hit enter, but be very thorough about how you're explaining your problem, and sometimes you just fix your answer. I get a bunch of help requests through DMs, and as they start typing it out and they hit enter, and then they're like, oh, wait a minute, look at that. I see the problem, you know. It's just that act of talking through things. All right, this one is Emerald Rivers. This is, we'll say Crystal Enclave. Set what is it again? Blanking. Start using this. I name these things. Canvas panel, main world. Oops. Okay. I have hidden my Twitch chat. Accident. Be gone, spam bot. Alright, map. Can do this. Can move around. Crystal Enclave. There we go. Dungeon. Ooh. I could probably just... Maybe I do that. We'll just do this whole thing. I could probably get rid of this. Let's hide that, or let's set visibility, or visibility to hidden for now. Get the style. Size is 32. I should be able to just take the text title here. How's there no style? What the hell? Oh, it's because it's a... I made a template for it, that's why. I think this is it, but we'll see. Copy. Then we go to font for this guy. And maybe the background. See if the text is still showing. Or did it hide it all? Okay, text is still showing. So that's kind of what I want. Now the text is massive. So that's not what I want. But we're going to hide all this. I don't know if that's, what did I set this for? Just Roboto. And let's go back down to like 20. Alright, so maybe I don't want, widget, world map. Maybe I still want the font from here. Copy this. But the foreground I think I do want, because it will give the arrow. And then is there a... I wish I could center the text. That might be in these stupid other options though. It's not something I gotta really worry about right now, because it's not overly important. And I guess I will okay, so let's bump this up to 24. This is visibility, hidden. Yeah, it's really annoying that sometimes you have to like create another like widget entry just to get added here to get proper control over the stupid thing. Okay, so first up, when we hover, we're going to be .5. Then we will do the style of the font. Let's go bigger, 36. This is as big as it can go before it starts to feel mobile-ish, but I'll probably maybe put it at the bottom. I don't know. Oh, why can't I freaking center this text? I'm gonna have to create a stupid UI for it, aren't I? It's the item style. Let's try create a binding. Let's try create a widget from class. It's going to be text title. Text. Ta-da. Let's see if I can just use the title text there. Does that work? Okay. That's kind of what I want. And then now we can open this guy up and do a is there a thing for justification? Justify. Okay. And bump and bump. And back to here, center. See if this works. There we go. Now I need to make this come down a bit more. That's probably just an easy, like make this a little bigger. So size X will do like 450 and 50 or 60. Position X 0. I'll go down to like 65. Hey. Cool. That's a nice little kind of UX flow. I like that. Put it in the title. I'm gonna try and center the newbie art a bit more. Clearly should have had all of this stuff. Why is that clicked? Alright, so I can for sure delete these text. Those are definitely gone. It's gonna throw some errors. I thought I was gonna throw errors. Oh. What? Oh, I guess I just manually wrote them in. So I had to step away for a moment and clear my head on a little walk. Yeah, no problem. Which one of these is this full thing? Okay, so it's just that. Fair enough. I'm going to move this, center this just a bit more. Christy Game Dev not giving me errors. Haha, so no dev error. Yeah, I know, right? I use a lot of interfaces throughout my code. I basically do like every blueprint has its own interface, and so it doesn't have it too much, but obviously that can come into problems of things not being you don't get error pop-ups because you're not referencing anything, and it's not going to throw an error if it's interface, But it's obviously much cleaner, and you're not getting circular references. Okay, map, rivers, Crystal Enclave, centered now, dungeon, centered enough. Yeah. Sometimes when I've been explaining things, I've been wanting to switch maps, and so I wanted to have that functionality in. Beautiful. Another small thing. MISC. The title on the map is now a drop-down menu. Allows you to swap zones or look at other zone maps. Done. Make map available. Okay, I'll put a spectator mode thing in here. Spectator mode. Oops. Okay, now open the map. Even though these are not player-facing things, I still like to show my work with stuff I do. Make map available. Yep. Crafting window. I don't think I really want. I don't think I need that. I mean, I know why I put this here is to show different items you can craft. But I think I'll just log into a character for that one. So I'm going to scrap that idea. This could be fixed already, potentially. The only thing I hate doing is I make a lot of helper functions. Honestly, you really need them, but they can be a pain, yeah. I have tons of functions, dude. I really try and break things. Because Blueprint, so one of the problems I ran into Castle Day, which is something I worked on, it was my King of the Hill game. Blueprints really slow down when you have too much on your graph. It gets almost impossible to do anything. So as a result, I make the interfaces function based and do tons of functions. So it's kind of if you're trying to do Blueprint properly, you're forced to do tons of functions. Okay, so I think I can get rid of the world map stuff. World map. Widget root. Let's close that out. Text title. It's fine. Player master I don't need. Crafting I don't need. HUD. Don't need any more. Player controller ROT. Yeah, I don't think I need that at the moment. good. Don't need to build. Can close out everything. Like once you dig into my, I have a basically single component for all my entire combat system, right? And so it literally has everything within this. So some system stuff, the actor spawns, AoEs, volumes, AoEs, pulse AoEs, cone code, direct target, lifetime, FX, mobility, miscellaneous stuff, projectiles, spawning things, sky slam, stats, change, initializing stat changes, system things, telegraphs, targeting, beams, and some mobility stuff as well. Then you have like the interfaces and things too. But yeah, I'm a function fanatic on that front. All right. So let's try if I do. Let me go to, I guess it's character player. Character player. Master. Hmm. I'm trying to remember where my click code is. Um, I wonder if I can just do that. Let's just try something randomly. We're gonna get these two. Go to the spectator. Add a targeting component. I'd be so stoked if this is. If this works. If it does, I am so proud of myself for making components, I'll tell you that. So close. Not quite. Okay. Targeting component, default values, mouse click. I setting this? Targeting setup, okay. Event begin play. Oh, nice. I have targeting. Yay. Alright, let's throw an ally in there. I'm so happy with active components. Active components are king. Sweet. So one of the issues I had was properly, like, if I wanted to have spectate someone fighting a boss or something, and like I've tried to shoutcast it a few times. It was kind of annoying to try and target the player playing and the boss to get the kind of health values and stuff. And now it's working. And so now I need a escape to clear the target. Now what's going on here? Oh, that's just UI errors. Not that this really matters, but alright, that should fix that. So if I have world map up, and spectate mode down, escape clears it. Oh, that's definitely not what I want. Aha. Honestly, I'm like really happy with some like my bugs and polish. So level up, it's gone. Nothing else happens if I smash escape. And then eventually here, got some targeting. And no errors, no errors. Okay. So we have now now target enemies and allies with the mouse. It's done. And then escape should also let's go targeting. Do I have a escape thing here already? I don't. Where is escape coming from there? The controller? Okay, HUD close windows, that's where that comes from. And then, so how am I going to integrate this to, if I go here, we do input, like menu. And we do, we don't want it to override or consume. Let's just print, make sure this is working. Okay. Oh, I have this one to set to consume. So the lower one does not do it. I guess I can do spectate if I'm a spectator. If it is true, we'll just, yeah, whatever, we'll make a, excuse me. And we go over here to player controller, get player, get controlled pawn, and clear targets. Clear targets. Let me go here. Do I literally just do a blank update? Hmm. Let's do another setting. ROT, clear targets. And I think I pretty much just take all this. Or actually, I'll take all of this. Um, okay, yeah, I don't think I need. So I don't think I need this or this. This is pretty sure that's for objects. We don't need to worry about spam. We don't need to worry about a target. So we're doing a sequence at this point. This one's enemy. This one's ally. And then let's see if that works. Did not. Did I even set it up properly? So character master. No, I need to go to controller. Controlled pawn, we send clear targets, which is going to go to here. Then we have the targeting component to clear targets. Maybe I only need this. Or maybe I do that? Because I don't need to, it doesn't have to be super functional. I am getting here, right? Did I just not have the right interface or something? Okay, I'm not even getting there. So am I getting here? I am not. Er, Okay. Am I not, am I running that somewhere else? Nope. So is that for some reason always turning back false? True? Okay. Off to the HUD. Close windows. Spectate's true. Oh, okay. It's this one. Alright, remove. Alright, now we're getting it. Alright, we're getting there. So we didn't hit this. How is that coming back false? I'm literally setting it to oh, that's okay. That's server side. I probably just throw this to replicated and then initial only. And now it'll work. It's false at the moment, but once it gets there, okay. It's still showing false. So if we just do none, okay. I don't know why that's not working with the initial value, but it's very weird. There we go. Cool. All right, I've got that figured out. Now if I go to the controller on the set spectate, I suppose I just do that usually. And then if I do it from the official proper way, title data, spectate to true. This is downloaded from the cloud. No. And now it's working. Yep. Oh, that's so much nicer now. I have an option for like, it's a little weird how it works, but if you hit escape and close here, you keep your mouse cursor, so you can strafe type thing with your mouse cursor. But then if you escape and escape again, then now you're locked into like game mode, and your mouse will actually turn yourself, so no strafe. And that can help you when it comes to getting good footage and camera angles for content. So it's like a lot of weird things like that. But yeah, that's awesome. So that's in. Okay, now clear targets with escape. So it's just good. It's going to help me a lot. This should be fixed now. It was a separate issue. I do need to make the subtitle. This you can delete. So we go to the widget. Let me just close out of everything. Start fresh. I hate when I have too many windows open. Alright, spectate route. We're going to actually elevate this up a little. A bit more. I'll go about here. There should be a, why is there no? Okay, set player name. We're going to also add a, I guess I need to put it in smaller fonts. So we're going to duplicate this. This is going to be player class. We'll go down to like 50 font. We don't need any type of, thing. We'll just say like 50 cleric, just for some spacing here. About there is fine. And we'll add a thing here. Player level class. Oh, player level. Obviously an integer. Player class. Class. Format text. I'm going to do level space class. To string. Okay, ROT HUD. got to be in the spectate. Let's do the same thing here. Integer and class enum. Get character or get class. So get player class. Get experience component. Get level. I know this is all super messy, but not really caring about neat code at the moment. Oh, I need a actual target to spectate, so I need to do get the controller. We're going to just random bool. We'll try and do 2 of these, or 3 of these, I guess. Oh, I didn't fully set this up either. Here and here. And this is set up. Okay, that should be set up now. All right. So now when I do spectate auto, it should show their level and class now. Their name, level, and class. Spectating, test character is 10, level 10, 10 mage. It's not that one. I can walk around. I gotta position the text better though. I think my animation bug is fixed. An animation bug that even the spectator mode was not seeing things correctly. And I think it's working now. All right. Let's position the text better here. Apparently I closed it out. Oh, I didn't. It's right here. My face. That's probably good enough. Oh, I do want to put the level text there as well. I could make it a little dynamic, maybe put it over there or something, off-center it. Um, I don't think I like the off-centering. Do 16, and then bring this down to -70. Bring this down. Through -309. Chat can move down. -625. Alright, that is like way up there for some reason. And this can just move in a little. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why, I feel like. And then go to like 24. Let's try that. Nitpicking over pixels. Okay, I can raise it tiny bit so it's not like a tangent going on here. Can also move the chat box slightly down. So I'm going to go in another 8. So we're going to go to 32. And we're going to go maybe down 10, so -60. Or I guess up 60. 10. This guy, I need to move the chat box down 28. And then, hello child,
I know.
what would you like?
I wanted to let you know that tomorrow, me and Aaron are planning to go downtown with Meadow, aka we're gonna go to Frying Pan, and then afterwards we're just gonna walk around places. We're not sure where, but yeah. And then
All right. I think I'm good. That looks fine. Level 10 time age. Um, the chat stuff is not having tangents. Excuse me. Pardon me. Hey, I got a question. At some point, might you be willing to try out my dog schema plugin in your MMO? What is recent beta? I want to test multiple uses. Yeah, I'm not afraid of trying it. It's just right now, I am not even close to doing anything with dialogue stuff. It's just not on my agenda. I'm also doing stylized. I mean, I don't know if this would affect it because you can probably hook it up properly, but I'm doing stylized. I'm trying to do, as we all know, uh, basically like MMO players don't want to read anything, right? So I'm trying to do a very simple, like cinematic stylized dialogue thing. So this is like what I have so far. Um, and so like the chat bubble, like because I'm doing a stylized game, like the chat bubble aspect of it, like I already kind of have that. So it's gonna be kind of basic for quite a while. Um, but when you're done with it, I'll look at it. But I'm not going to put a lot of effort into dialogue stuff for some time. Um, just because it's just not on like lore and story and stuff like that is not on the agenda at all, especially player facing stuff. It's like I have to work on content and for things players to do, um, and like new classes, more loot, filling out the. So if you didn't know, I can show you this here. So I don't know if you saw this yet, but we have a registry of chronicles, and so we're merging questing and achievements together. So we don't even have like a quest hub, right? There you go get stuff. You just go out and start doing things, whether it's exploration, crafting, gathering, defeats, all these things. You just go start doing them, and then after you progress, you get bonus rewards. So, oh, I've killed, 25 deer. Boom, 1K experience, right? So I'm completely avoiding quest content or like narrative-based quest content and stuff, and all that jazz. Because I want it to be a very like you're exploring the world and like interacting with the world and not reading text and things. So again, it's not going to be on the agenda. And so, excuse me. Right now, this is just experience rewards. But in the future, I always give the example of you could be a cleric, you get 100 kills on undead, and you get smite undead. So in the future, it'll be like talent points and skills or abilities or equipment. A lot of class specific, um, like personal loot stuff. You can still do all that plus some. One of the graphs is actually the for real-time dialogue, which is built out of a custom type of sequencer itself. Oh, no worries if you're okay to try it and pull it. If you don't like it, that is 100% okay. Use case would be is your dedicated stuff is already set up so you can easily test larger scale multiplayer. Yeah, so at the moment, again, it's so far off to even consider a dialogue system. Okay. Yeah, I think this is all good. I have that now. Um, there's so many things I have to prioritize. There's a million things I want to do, right? Like if I go and like this is so I have my this is my playtest notes from like last playtest, right? Then there is like the giant to-do list of all the things I need to do that I haven't been able to get to, you know, and all this stuff is nothing to do with narrative. So I have a bucket list, and I probably still have more. If I go down to all my playtester feedback and like really start to nitpick all the stuff they've set up, and they said all that stuff, is gonna come, ahead of times as well. So it's just, it's just like, and then there's like the tool development too, right? I need um, one of the reasons, if I go to my, the newbie level zone, um, these are kind of really half-assed, like caves or whatever. If I go to, let me save, if I go to, what is it, newbie zard. So I made really three like half-assed caves, right? And I just did them there to constantly remind myself, you need to make a cave system. Now, Unreal Engine, like, was it 5.8 or something? Might have a new terrain system where you can do caves. But right now, you can set you can cut holes in your landscape, right? And then you just make your own cave through static mesh and stuff. And so this one is just a sphere I cut out using the in-engine modeling tools, which obviously looks like complete shit right now. But that's one way. I could use like the modeling scripting tools to build out some sort of cave and make it like create some sort of algorithm to make it more chunky and stuff. Then there is the procedural generation tool version, and like this is just manually placed, but just a bunch of static mesh that like properly make some sort of cave, right? And then there's an actual like dungeon style, EverQuest style, cave system that is just walls and stuff and rooms. And so this is like people fall through the wall. You can see like the Z fighting and stuff is all complete shit. But I'm just like setting myself up for tooling, and then like more procedural. Like obviously this is very simple, but a simple fence tool. This is all manually placed by my wife, and so more procedural tooling. Like those are all those things that would also take precedence before narrative tools, because we're trying to solidify, what type, like what is a standard zone, right? What are the rules and regulations of our zones for workflows, um, and all that jazz. Yeah, you feel it. My one plugin has basically a whole game design challenge itself, replicated dialogue, quests, party systems, keep it extremely performant. The one like thing that sparks my note. I mean, like it depends what you do, but like why would you have replicated dialogue? That'd be more for, I guess, if you did some sort of live event that you want downloaded or something. Because typically dialogue and narrative stuff you would want just hard-coded on the client PC, right? Like you'd want the client to just have some data table that has all the dialogue, there, and you're not pushing any of that down through application. I can understand it if you're trying to do like live events or something like that, and you have to like, you could type it like I have. You may have seen it already, but my message of the day is from the a key value pair from the cloud, right? And so it clicks off, and I can change that live. I don't have to rebuild for the message of the day, and I have like other features like that. So that type of thing. Yeah, that's one of the questions I would have for like, why would you want a replicated dialogue system? What are the use cases? So when an actor bumps into another actor, so everyone hears the same, along with RT events. Think of something like a state machine that can be changed accurately during runtime. I guess you're like, it's just a trigger for the event, I guess, type thing. What what do you mean by RT events? Uh, runtime events? Yeah, real time events. So everyone joins, the massive cutscene happens for our players around the game. Yeah, but all the dialogue in the cutscene would be local, right? You might trigger do some sort of like code-based trigger. Um, a trigger that puts everyone says, "Hey, load this cutscene" type thing. Um, built because it's built to be deterministic. What do you mean by deterministic for dialogue? You would have to replicate down from the server if you didn't. So one dialogue can be added and events sent to that specific dialogue to do say things. So one NPC only needs one dialogue schema. Oh, but yeah, it sounds interesting. It sounds interesting. I'd probably again, I'll definitely take a look at it at some point. Um, and my brain's too much in Ruins of Tearyn mode. I'm probably not seeing it. Um, okay, I've done this. I think did I note this in here? Patch notes. Added a level class text to the spectator screen. Oh, that's one thing I need to check just to make sure. Not that I don't think it would crap out on me here, but I need to make sure that when we auto spectate swaps, spectate auto 30, it actually updates. Guess is a very good example of what the system is trying to do, minus it doesn't deal with gameplay. Yeah. I guess. I just realized it's not going to update anything, but and then when I do spectate, I can stop. Okay, I need to clear spectate controller. Stop. Go to the pawn. So we're going to go here. And then now we need to add some code. If this is empty, if that's true, false, we go here. True. I'm going to set these to empty. Okay, and now spectate. Stop. Oh, come on. Oh, put the wrong spot. There we go. Cool. And let's actually take this off and just exit out. Or maybe oh, no, I'll just leave it there. I'll have the choice of having it off, so oh, I didn't hit a character. There's the character. Okay. And then spectate. Stop. And we're off. Cool. Like that. Um, Alright, so I did this. I did type in that. I need to go to the bathroom before I do this. BRB. Okay. Next, spectator mode option. So when I teleport, I've been it shouldn't be a teleport, right? Alright, we're going to do add a trace to this. Because I've been teleporting under the train. So trace, line trace by, don't want to do channel. Nah. Line trace by objects. This plus, we'll say, I don't know, 1500 minus 1500. World stacks, fine. Sure. break. And location is going to be this. We'll just do plus 150. And then the other one was let me go to okay. This should be the name. I'll get back to that in a sec. All right, let me just test this in the newbie yard. What's going on? I was hearing plates. I was like, who the hell is in my house? You have a whole life going on behind you. Yeah. Okay. Did I get any spectators? I did not. I think I only need two. Let's just try and hit two. See if we get lucky. Nope. I guess we'll do three. Whatever. Okay. Getting real unlucky. All right. There is one. So I'm going to put the character player like right over here. Try and collide it with the world and see what happens. Okay, it's just loading weirdly, I think. Because I have 3 things open. That did not work. So in this case, so I have to go really high, I think. How could I position this a bit better? Okay, so the teleport's going minus 1,000. So let's not do the minus 1,000. And then the camera panning feature should take care of the rest. Okay. This should fix itself in a sec. Okay, weird. Spectate, auto. Spectate, stop. Hello. Spectate, auto, 30. I'm just trying to see if sometimes my spectate mode's been getting like caught under the ground. So I'm trying to do like a trace now to prevent it from happening. Yeah, see, that's been helpful. So now it actually teleports above the player, because that's like the best assumption that it's going to be okay. And then Then as the character moves, it'll be fine. Try it one more time. Get super close to a wall. Yeah, there we go. Seems to be good. Alright, I think I've polished that a bit further. Spectator. Now, why do I feel like something's colliding still? Okay. And now I'm going to make this entire thing a function. Function to spectate target. Alright, so we have camera lag disable. I should actually include that. Oh, I see. Alright, man, it's midnight here. I'm going to get shut eye. Have a good streams here around. Thank you very much for hanging out. We appreciate it. I'm around constantly, so I'll be here. Yep. Uh, I've been streaming a ton. It's kind of the nature of the time and stuff right now. So why is... Oh, on owning client. Okay. This is probably just from the controller, right? Hmm. Alright, let me just see if this is what this is doing. Oh. Test character 398. So, spectate test character 398. Okay, I think that worked. Maybe not. Because it didn't teleport, it seems. Runs on owning client. Okay. So I don't think I want that there. Alright, so is it already doing it? If I do a direct spectate. So this is test character 604. I need to go far away. Spectate. Interesting. Okay. Let's chat command spectate. So we come through here. If for spectator true, chat command auto or stop are different. But default comes down here. Do find target. If it's random, which is not set to do random, we do follow, getting the character name, matching it, auto follow client. Okay. So what we should be doing, what? It's player. What? Auto follow character. Oh, spectate follow. Okay. So it calls this. We should still be able to use this here. Do I want to change the flow of this up? I think I do. I'm kind of doing it in a weird way right now. Hmm. So this is happening on the server. And what we kind of want is get pawn, get controlled pawn. And Yeah, so we're getting the word after spectate. If it's auto, we go there. If it's stop, we go here. And then if it's basically something else, which is the player name, we're going to try and find the player name and then go from here. And so I'm going to go to character spectator. Go here. And we're going to do ROT spectate player name. I'll keep it off that for now. This is going to be a actor. And then spectate. Or spectate target, sure. Then we go back to the controller, spectate player name. And the target is this. Let me just back that up so I don't forget what I was using in the past. Come over here, implement this, which is largely going to be similar to this. Okay, and then we don't need this. And I feel like if I go back here, we follow this, and we would just do spectate follow, which is identical to this right now. So I think I can just do spectate follow. Okay. And this is like the same thing. So like I don't even need this anymore. Okay, and now it's all this the same? Sure is. To spectate, so I can go back to here. And just do spectate auto. And I don't even need this at this point. I believe the player controller auto loop. Yes, the controller is doing the timing of the auto loop. That's cleaned up a bunch. And it should be mimicking. So basically, I had like a slightly separate code for auto spectate stuff versus directly naming something to or someone to spectate. So now, if I do 662, so if I go spectate test character 662, now it does the loading, whereas before it wasn't doing the loading. It did the teleport as well, and now it's properly there. Whereas before it would like cut through mountains and not teleport. And now I've made that code better. And so if I do spectate stop, run this guy into a wall, like so. Now we do spectate test a character. There we go. All right, that's better. Consolidated code. So spectate auto and spectate player name have the same finality. Okay. Oh, I do need to set that, right? Spectate teleports to the player with a trace to avoid teleporting into the ground or below the ground. And I do want to adjust the teleport. We're only going to do about 500 above the character. Yep, I did that. I don't think I need to auto do that. I'll just manually do that. I don't think I need to automatically do that at all. Yeah, these are kind of the same point. And one thing I do need to do is so I have 0 Z value now. This is going on tick, so I need to like basically make a Z value of if we're going to put follow Z value. And I guess we'll just pretty much do this. And then collapse the function get auto, or I'll say set, auto follow Z value set. So we get this, and we actually don't want that. We want to split these. And we want, what was it, a difference? Or we're going to get the length, distance. What am I? What am I trying to find? Length, float. What am I trying to think of here? I'm starting to get tired, so I'm like blanking a little bit. If my location, if we do this, and this is equal, so for one, if it is, first we do less than, it's less than 0. So if my location, if my Z value, we subtract it from the spectate target's Z value, and it is less than 0, I believe that means I'm under the target. Let me just print this. Print negative Z value. Positive D value. So by default, this is just 0. Okay, so positive is above. Negative is below. So I was right. Positive, negative. Okay. And so now we go to so this is below the spectate target. Above the spectate target. So now we do if this is greater than, like, I don't know, 300, we're going to set the Z value to 1, I think. And then over here, if it's less than negative 300, we set the value to -1. And if it's neither, we reset to 0. Burp. All right. So this is where, I guess we could try it over here. So now it's actually going up with the character. Whereas before, it wasn't. And it would kind of get stuck. And so now it should go kind of down. Okay, so it's not going down. Hmm. What's up? Maybe. Hey, how you doing, Kent? We're doing pretty well. I'm working on some of my spectator code at the moment. I use this for when we do our playtests. I like to spectate my players a bunch, and I'm trying to integrate a... Why did it go down here? Um, if there's no players on the server, because sometimes during the playtest I'll go AFK, or I'm just talking and rambling. And if there's no players logged in, I want basically to uh, start spectating the camps. Oh, maybe it came over here. That's could be what it is. What's the scope of the project? So I have a ton of content relating to it all. Um, yeah, it's hard to fit in obviously to a short description, but um, it's basically it's an indie MMO. It's WoW and EverQuest had a baby is our pitch, but with modernized quality of life features. So we want you to be able to see at nighttime. You're going to have a world map. There's monster leashing, so if you get aggro, you don't have to run into zone out. There's out of combat regen, a lot of these type of things. Um, and so and so there's it's influence from EverQuest and WoW. So how we split it up is typically outdoor zones are a bit more influenced from WoW, so it's easier to solo. There's like solo, duo, trio, type. It's very casual, laid back. Whereas dungeons in the future will going to be much more EverQuest inspired. So you're gonna have to be prepared. You got to be careful. Wiping could be, you might lose your camp. We have a whole camp system as well. So there's a lot of details there. I can do a quick run through of everything for you. Let me turn off. I'm in like some dev mode stuff here. Um, let's set this to pulse. So the quick rundown is we have three core systems right now that basically make Ruins of Tearyn. And so the first one is rotation ruin combat. And so we have these ruins at the bottom. I'm making sure my screen's showing right. Yeah. You have ruins at the bottom of your character, right? And I have three class overviews up on our YouTube channel if you want to see the classes themselves. But basically, as you auto attack, you rotate through your ruins. So it goes to 1, then 3, and this thing's I don't have navigation turned on right now, so it's just going to sit there. And based on your state of your ruins, it's going to change your abilities. And then on top of that, after every 5 auto attacks, you get a critical ability. And so there's no crit chance in the game. There's only critical abilities. And that lets me do so we have enchanters, right? So the enchanter pet can be upgraded with your critical ability. If you have like a standard sword and shield pet, then it gets upgraded with a critical ability to a mason shield pet. And same thing of like instead of just a critical hit, the enchanter can do a critical stun and have a longer duration stun or a longer duration mez, that type of thing. And so even though you're locked at 8 buttons at the bottom, you have potential of 24 standard abilities, and we could even make that even crazier with 48 total abilities, because you have your 24 standard abilities and then you have 24 critical abilities. So it's kind of following that idea of in MMOs, there's always too many buttons to press type thing. So more things to do with less buttons is the kind of the goal. The other thing is we want slow-paced combat. We don't want AoE grinding. We don't want button mashing. So our combat is going to be very resource management, strategic. You're thinking about, patrols. Patrols are basically always the highest level, monsters of the area. So their whole point of them is to disrupt your group. And the patrols are typically always also going to be the placeholder for bosses. And so a boss could spawn, patrol into your group, and disrupt you guys. And you guys have to, be prepared and hope. And that's where like the skill depth comes in. And so if you kind of see here, like the mage is kind of like has 3 core abilities that are like your damage. You give your fireball. If I do R1 fireball, you can see because of a crit, my cast bar changes. It has like this kind of basic look to it. But then if I do an R2 fireball, same button, now we have a different look to it. And then the R3 fireball is kind of an area effect with a burn with a burn or whatever. Or area, it's an area effect. The mage has a passive that when you crit, you apply stacks of burn, that type of thing. And same thing with the other one is bombard. And so if I do a R1 and bombard, it's just 2 meteorites that come down, and they both apply a stack of burn. If I do R2, now it's 3 meteorites coming down. So now we're at 5 stacks of burn, and that the difference between fireball and bombard. Bombard does very low damage up front, but applies stacks of burn. And so you can imagine now we're an R3, but we're also critting at the same time. So when we do the R3 crit and it comes down, we do get 10 stacks of burn type thing. And then your ignite can actually deals more damage based on how many stacks of burn you have, and it actually will remove the burn stacks. And so this big test. There's a big test like obviously. So first up, if you want to play, there's a play test at the end of the month, June 26th to June 30th. So we play test at the end of every month, and we're always trying to stress test. So I really request you stop by, have fun, tag your friends, guildies, whatever, and come and give it a try. So the rotation ruin combat is that's one of our core things we're trying to do. We're also trying to we want it to, I always mention modern MMOs have become so button mashing. The actions per minute are rivaling RTS games like StarCraft and Warcraft. And so I don't want to induce carpal tunnel to my players. So I'm trying to basically have everything at almost like a 2-second cooldown, but different mana costs. So an R1 is 5 mana, an R2 is 10 mana, and an R3 is 30 mana. So you have efficiency spells versus burst spells. It's like mana efficiency versus time efficiency. And then there's different mechanics, like there's stagger in the game. So if your team staggers something, they get 20% bonus damage. And then also there's a positional damage bonus that gets randomized. So on this moose, you'll see like a highlighted half sphere that it takes 20% more damage from its left side. So obviously DPS and stuff are going to want to hit that left side. And then when they get staggered, it's that those 2 bonuses stack. So you get a 20% damage bonus from stagger, and then 20% damage bonus from the side. So you want to it's very positional type gameplay. Be in the right place at the right time with the right spells. Saving your critical ability up, and that type of thing. And so we want you to kind of auto attack. We want you to be able to socialize in combat and type to people and talk, those things. There are no WoW instance dungeons, and we're not planning to do those at all either. And so everything's kind of you're going to see people as you do dungeons and things. And so that rolls into if it sounds like you might be familiar with EverQuest. I'm sure camps and stuff, right? And so if you look, we have a whole map system for camps. And this is the gameplay loop. Is you come into these different camps, you can see what type of loot they drop, what bosses are there. Obviously, I got like a lot of like UX UI work to do on these tooltips and things, but you can kind of see where you need to go for what the type of loot you want to get. And then it shows like warrior and archer loot for weapons, weapons for rogues, you know, cleric enchanter stuff. And so that's the gameplay loop of you pick your camps and your loot that you want to go get, and then you go camp them. On that note, I see says that's interesting. How do non-instance dungeons work? Monsters and bosses have respawn timers. Yeah, it's just an open world type thing, just like you would expect from like an outdoor zone. But each dungeon is, you know, if I walk over here, these are very, very primitive type things, right? But we have, you know, like this is a cave here, obviously, but they're going to be much more advanced, like these type dungeons where there's a whole bunch of rooms and things you have to go down. It won't necessarily just be walls, right? But it's just all open and everyone can come in around. And in EverQuest, it was a social construct where that goes in back into the camps thing I was showing you. Oh, we're a group. We've kind of claimed the Orc 1 camp. So these monsters are ours, and we get all the XP and loot from the monsters in that camp. And that's the idea that we're rolling into to create actual systems out of. So in Emerald Rivers, people would be like, oh, we're camping Earth Elementals, you know, at this camp. We've kind of claimed it, you know. I played FF11, which I think is similar. Parties figured out where the best camp. Yeah. And so it's cool to see from the FF11 community because I know a few people from there. And I think there is a pretty good match between FF11 and Ruins of Tearyn. Because we are like, we're trying to make the grind fun. We don't have questing. We have the Registry of Chronicles. And so instead of going to a quest hub and getting some like group of quests or whatever, you just go out and do stuff. And so, oh look, I killed 25 deers, and I haven't redeemed my 10 deers reward. So I just boom, 500 XP, right? And so you have all these different like kill tracks and stuff you can do. There's 10 goblins killed, all that stuff. And you have stuff for exploration and crafting and gathering. So you just go out and do stuff and get rewarded for it. Right now I only have experience added, but you can imagine later on it might be, hey, you're a cleric, you killed, you know, 100 undead and you get smite undead, that type of thing. So it's like class specific personal loot and rewards from all this stuff. And everything's a leaderboard too, so you can kind of track how you compare to other people as a form, like, you know, PvE type competitive stuff. So there's no quest hub. You don't have to do quests. You just go out and just start doing stuff and you get rewarded for it. And I think that does line up with a lot of FF11 players. They kind of have the same mindset as every EQ players. We just want to go camp stuff and kill stuff and chat while we're at it, you know? I love one of the quotes from like the EverQuest days was like, it was like, I think it was like, it's chat rooms with dragons type thing, you know? Yeah, pre-WoW MMO, exactly. And so on top of the next unique thing we have is when you get to these camps, you'll notice that every camp in this zone is 10 to 14. And over in here, it's also 4 to 8. We have a trade skill called Metamorphosis that you can create crystals. And these crystals will increase the levels of camps for an hour. And then if you did +5, it'd be lasting for 5 hours, type thing. And that lets you, if you're like level 15 at the Shadow Elementals, you can do +5 on that camp, and now it's spawning level 15s to 19s type thing. And so you have, and the cool thing is that increases their XP. It might tip them over to the next loot bracket. So in Crystal Enclave, everything's 4 to 8. Greens start dropping at level 9. So if you do +1, now if they get the max level spawns, you're going to potentially get green drops. And in the future, we don't have this yet, but if you after like +3 or +4, the bosses will be like more fabled versions of themselves, and drop basically better versions of their loot. And everything you get in these like lower levels and explore the world, like we're a game very much about the journey. Your high level loot might require the Fang of Varagus from the level 10 to 14 spider camp. So it's kind of that thing of don't rush to the end game. You're going to want to get the pieces of loot you need for end game during your leveling process. And it helps us a lot with level design. As you can kind of see, everything stops at level 8 in the newbie yard. But then you go into the Emerald Rivers and everything starts at level 10. Because the intention is either you kind of stick it out here and farm your like the stuff that you're strong against. You can upgrade the camps if you want to, or you could take a group of players and go into the different camps, type thing. We do have a buff for groups. It's called Strength in Numbers, and so as you can imagine, oh, thank you for the follow. Nice. You can imagine that just by default in most games, that if you're fighting something higher level than you, there's like a additional chance to miss and take damage and stuff from higher levels. Well, if you're in a group, every person that's added to that group reduces that miss chance and extra damage. And so the idea there is, if you're a group of level 4s, you could go kill level 8s basically, and not have a penalty against you guys. Still might be difficult, because you might not have certain skills and abilities and equipment, but you're not going to at least have a penalty. So it's trying to push that if you're a group of level 4s, we don't want you in the level 4 solo area. We want you to be in the level 8 kind of area type thing. So yeah, that's like the quick rundown of our 3 different systems. It's technically 4 systems, but it's our Rotation Ruin Combat, it's the Registry of Chronicles, and then our camp system here, and then obviously the Metamorphosis trade skill as well. And so we do have a dungeon. We do have a raid boss. It's a dungeon that's just a raid boss right now. But and then we over here we have the zone boss down here, Skachente, and there's a door here to click in that zones you into the dungeon. But right now it's like literally a cave with a dragon in it, just because we've been focusing on other things. So we've kind of figured out our core gameplay loop. We've just last month and this month has been finalizing our classes, because we kind of really figured out the Rotation Ruin system, and I've been building out the classes to be less like MMO template cookie cutter classes, and now they're really feeling like they're actually Ruins of Tearyn unique classes. And there was lots of fun things that we're learning about the Rotation Ruin system. It's getting even more interesting. With the class I did this month was the Rogue, and it kind of advanced as you auto attack. I created a new trigger point, and so if you notice, once you get to R3, if you use the spell, it'll actually reset your ruins, right? And so now there's a point where if you have a decision to make of using your R3 for a spell, or using your auto attack, which will trigger I don't know what I'm going to call it, but a rotation set reset or something. So it's a trigger point for the rogue. You get empowers and stuff. I haven't implemented for other classes, but I'm really trying to make you it's okay to just auto attack. There's purposes of it to it, and we're trying to make it very strategic. And you're thinking it's like before I mentioned actions per minute, we're trying to change that to thoughts per minute. And the quickest correlation is like chess. You're thinking about your next move and your next move and your next move, that type of thing, instead of just button spamming the hell out of everything. And so there's a lot of kind of those factors we're trying to kind of think about. But yeah, that's the quick rundown of everything. I always joke the fact like it's so hard to elevator pitch an MMO. You know, it's never like one sentence. It's like a 10-minute explanation at the smallest amount, because you just it's almost impossible um, to kind of actually you have to be able to explain all your different systems and like how things are different and stuff. And it's an ambiance an MMO, and so uh, it's a mood, you know. Um, but yeah, it's a niche MMO. It's a small MMO. We're trying to do a lot of different things that make it feel unique, um, and bring back some of the old school kind of flavors and mentalities, and be social too. Like that's a huge one for us is actually be able to talk and communicate to people. Um, we're also a game that we're trying to be for not just the grinders. Like we do want you like all this foliage is gatherable, interactable. Like that's our inspiration from New World a little bit. So it's a very interactive environment. There's like that sprinkle of survival aspect of things. You can make campfires, potions and consumables, foods that help you throughout your journey. Like the dungeon experience we want is like I don't know if you ever watched Delicious in Dungeon, the anime, but we want you to basically stock up with all your consumables and head down, and you're not going to be able to refill those consumables while you're down there. So um, you're going to want to make sure you're prepared going down there. And then exploration too. Like this is like the newbie yard, right? You spawn in here. The first thing we're trying to accomplish is like potential art side stuff. This is all like placeholder things, right? And all the characters are placeholder too, just so you know. Um, that's going to be like we're very much about people about we're entirely about gameplay right now. Everything we have is like marketplace content. Um, And so characters, we will have our own characters in the future. But there's target dummies here, so you can like and then tooltips going off and stuff. So you get a little bit of tutorial, you get to feel out the combat a little bit. Then you come out here, and the first thing you see is this giant like crystal thing, and that's supposed to be the point of interest that teaches you exploration. So once you actually get over here, there's like a little mirror puzzle, and I won't spoil it to it, but when you figure it out, you get teleported up here, you get exploration XP, an exploration achievement in your registry of chronicles, and there's a bunch of exploration points around the area for people that just like to explore, and you get experience that way. And eventually we'll have like PvP battlegrounds that you can queue up for. PvP is going to feel to me like I don't like mixing PvE and PvP. And so it's going to be like it's going to feel like a separate game that's included with Ruins of Tearyn. And so you probably won't even be using your own character. So I have a lot of ideas on that front of things. But PvP is it's like in the very back of my mind. And PvE is the focus for sure. It's like you have to. I think we all know that you have to have a strong PvE foundation for any MMO, and PvP is something that it's a nice to have. You want to have it, but PvE always comes first. Otherwise, you're going to end up like a Warhammer or a Daok or a Mortal Online type thing, where it's just like a very small population, or New World. But yeah, we have all our videos here. So again, I've been doing a bunch of the so-called devlogs on our classes that kind of go into a bit more detail there. Systems overview here, which is kind of like what I just went through with you. Combat's there. Why we're only on the Epic Game Store is here. Again, the art style stuff over there. I would go through I don't know if you're into game development or whatever, but I have my whole tech stack broken down there as well. So I'm trying to up my content game to try and get more subs, and basically I'm super jealous of Elegon. Elegon over here is killing it. He's doing an indie MMO as well. He's at 4K subs, and he does a very like devloggy style of stuff. So I'm a little jelly of his how good he's done there. How I managed Scope to actually ship. So the caveat on why we actually started this is we wouldn't have started it otherwise. So we are tech creators. We created from 2019 to 2022. We created Vertical Third, and it is a massive game architecture. We spent 3 years building it as core development. We've updated it a little bit since. We've been busy. After we shipped, we basically got to work for Epic Games on educational content. But basically, it covers the massive foundation of our combat, our questing. Like if I can pull it up over down here, the Vertical Third folder here. Is all of this stuff here, right? So tons of our actual foundation of our game is already built. We started the project at the end of 2024, and that was mostly just reskinning it with marketplace assets. And so we only just started building it in like the beginning of 2025. And we actually also like we've been in the Unreal community for a long time. Unreal. We actually went on the official Unreal Engine live stream here, and that was a year ago. And so this was like 3 months. Exactly. So the whole point of Ruins of Tearyn is so like you'll see on my channel here, State of Vertical Third kind of explains the fact that we built this awesome tech. It's super amazing. Selling game tech is very hard. It's not a fast process, so it's not profitable in any way, right? It's very it's very unfortunate right now, but it will. I still believe it in the future. Excuse me. But the whole point here is we're building Ruins of Tearyn not only to be a great indie MMO, but to also prove that our Vertical Third tech is it's really fucking good. That's what we're trying to prove with it. And if we can build an indie MMO that is stable, performant, and runs really well, then it's going to turn some heads, right? And we're trying to have that same relationship like Epic Games has with Fortnite and Unreal Engine. They obviously build Fortnite. It's a huge game in the industry, and they use their experience with that to improve Unreal Engine as tech. And that's the same thing we're going for with Ruins of Tearyn and Vertical Third. And like already, like there's so many things that like the fact that we're like again that Unreal Engine, inside Unreal, we had an online playable within like 3 months of starting the project, right? And online playable vertical slice within 3 months of starting the project. Like it just doesn't happen for like an MMO type thing, So yeah, we're so like even though the project's only been around for like a year and a half, I might add like we've only been working on this a little bit less than part-time. And I've done a lot more work since February I've put into the project because I just feel like the state of MMOs right now, there's like a glimmer of hope for indie devs. Like there's just all the content creators MMO content creators are looking for indie MMO gems. And so I'm like poking content creators of like, hey, play my game, please. Come play, come give me coverage. And and that's why I started a playtest at the end of every month since February. February I did like several playtests, but then I was like, okay, that was a little bit too much. So let's just stick to at the end of every month. And so I have some potential hype at the end of this month. We'll see. A few creators have gotten back to me that are interested. So we'll see. I think I need to turn spectate back on. But yeah, so we have a lot going for us, and again, everything is kind of coming together. With this month will be the first month where all of our class stuff is in, and so I completed the rogue, and last class I have to do is the archer, which I played a hunter all through Burning Crusade and WoW, and so I have a pretty good direction that I'm going to go with that. Okay, so I have to move that guy. Let me try 20. So it's sort of working. Okay, so we're going to do I think a thing here. Spawn manager. Okay, so and so when I actually do my playtest, sometimes I'm just chilling out and talking and yapping on screen, and so that's where my spectate mode comes in. And I've also used it to help me create content and such. I have a whole like in my. I always tell people like do screenshots and stuff. Got memes coming out, and all these things, and I celebrate victories from my players, killing bosses, all that stuff. This is me and Menglaren. We killed this guy back here, Vermilion Botlug. Took us like 3 times, helping people get loot and stuff. And so I use spectate mode for a lot of these things. How am I gonna change this up? Um, so I suppose what I really need to do. Does that properly change? Which one am I looking at here? Okay, Goblin Camp. Yeah. Alright, so we put that around there. Oh, okay. Maybe I do just make a new entity for this. Um, Literally just gonna be an actor. Just do a sphere. Hidden in game. Let's do like, I don't know, green. Okay, not green. Let's do pink. And then we will do, let's make this bigger. And we'll just test this a little bit here. Back to here. I guess it's the controller. Or is it? It is. Player controller. Okay, looking better. Do 15. See if this works. It's pretty much there. It's doing exactly what I wanted to do. Teleport to a location. So what we're probably going to do is we're going to put 2 more spheres. This is going to be teleport left, start right. We'll make this like be purple and teal light, I guess. And that way, got this guy. I can do things like this. And so now we need a. I'm probably going to stop here. Interface actor. Camp target. Okay, we're going to do an output of a vector location And we will do direction or like left. And we will do a like, let's do a local variable, I think. And we will do random. I guess we'll just leave it left, local left. Random. It's true. Get world location. And go here. And left will be true. If not, we right. And we do this. Okay, I'll save the rest of this implementation tomorrow. Let me make a note. Finish. Setting up new. Spectate camp actors. Get teleport location. And start. And randomize. Pan left or right for the spectator. So I'll have all this stuff done tomorrow, and we'll look into some of the other polish stuff. I'm on a polish run right now, because every like few months I'll do a bunch of like, hey, let's polish a bunch of these things that are, and do some bug fixes. And because I only have 2 classes to get done this month, I finished one already, and now it's just do some polish, do the final class, the archer, and be ready for a good playtest. So that's it for me for today. Thank you very much for watching. Please like, subscribe, wishlist on the Epic Game Store. Again, project is you can playtest from June 26th to June 30th. Please tag your friends, guildies, all that stuff, and come and playtest with us on those days. I'll be streaming it. You can stream it. You can share, do videos on it, all that stuff. And it's a lot of fun. So I'll see you around. Bye-bye.